Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The air in the tower chamber grew heavy with premonition as the ancient tome on Gandalf's desk began to vibrate, its pages flipping wildly of their own accord. Outside, the twin moons of Elindria cast their silver and azure light across the crystal spires of Starwatch Keep, but the wizard paid them no heed. His weathered hands trembled as he stared at the book, now open to a page filled with runes that glowed with an ominous crimson hue. "After all these centuries," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the sudden howling of wind against the tower windows. "It begins again." The runes pulsated in unison, like a heartbeat awakening from long slumber. Gandalf knew this sign, had dreaded it since he helped create the seal 500 years ago. The Forgotten Valley's curse had broken free. From the depths of his memory surfaced the words of a prophecy spoken by his mentor, Archimage Valeron, before his disappearance. "When shadow stirs in forgotten depths and ancient stones weep blood once more, the crown of thorns shall be sought again, and old betrayals revealed anew." Gandalf closed the tome with a decisive snap and moved to the window. Far to the east, beyond the moonlit forests and the glittering expanse of the silver plains, a darkness had gathered. The mountains that ringed the Forgotten Valley, a place struck from most maps centuries ago, were now crowned with writhing shadows that reached skyward like grasping fingers. A sharp rap at his door broke his reverie. "Enter!" he commanded, not turning from the window. The door swung open to reveal Lord Thalon, High Counselor of the Pentarchy. His normally composed features were drawn with alarm, the golden embroidery of his midnight blue robes catching the candlelight as he strode into the chamber. "Master Gandalf, reports arrive from all 5 kingdoms. Shadow creatures pour from the east. Entire villages near the Mistral Pass have been consumed. Nothing remains but ash and bone." Gandalf nodded grimly. "Only the seal of containment has failed. The curse of the Forgotten Valley wakes once more. Then the old stories are true." Thalon's voice dropped to a whisper, as if afraid to give the legends more power by speaking them aloud. "All too true. I was there when the seal was cast." Gandalf turned from the window, his eyes reflecting memories of horrors long past. "The 5 kingdoms must be warned. The royal houses must convene." "Already done?" "They await you in the Chamber of Stars." Thalon hesitated. "There is one more thing. A prisoner in the dungeons demands to speak with you. He claims to have knowledge of the valley." "A name?" "Morkant, the Exile." Gandalf's breath caught. Morkant, once the greatest battle mage of the Northern Kingdom, now reviled throughout the 5 kingdoms as a traitor who had sold secrets to the mountain tribes. Few knew that he had also been present at the sealing of the valley, serving as Gandalf's right hand when Valeron led the ritual. "Bring him to me, alone." The man who entered Gandalf's chamber bore little resemblance to the proud warrior the wizard had once known. Morkant's frame, once powerful, had grown gaunt during his years of exile. His raven hair was now streaked with silver, and a scar bisected his face from brow to chin, a mark of the king's justice that had preceded his banishment. Yet his eyes remained the same, piercing amber irises that seemed to glow with inner fire. "You've aged poorly, old friend," Morkant remarked with a ghost of his former sardonic smile. "As have you," Gandalf replied, gesturing to a chair. "They say you've lived among the mountain tribes these past 20 years. Among them, yes, learning their ways, their histories." Morkant sat, the chains at his wrists clanking. "While you remained in your tower, I searched for answers." "And did you find them?" "I found enough to know we were deceived." Morkant leaned forward. "The shadows rise from the valley, Gandalf. The seal fails not from age or weakness, but by design." "His design, he is dead," Gandalf said flatly. "Valeron perished in the casting of the seal." Morkant's laugh held no humor. "Is that what you've told yourself these 5 centuries? Your master did not die. He transformed. The ritual was never meant to contain the shadow creatures. It was meant to harness their essence, to fuel his metamorphosis." Gandalf felt the blood drain from his face as pieces of a puzzle long ignored suddenly aligned in his mind. Valeron's obsession with the forbidden texts, his insistence on modifying the ritual at the last moment, the strange exultation in his eyes as the energies had engulfed him. "If what you say is true," Gandalf said slowly, "then the shadows that spread across our lands now are extensions of his will," Morkant finished. "Valeron has awakened from his long gestation, born anew as something neither human nor divine, something hungry." Gandalf rose and paced the chamber, his mind racing. "The prophecy speaks of the crown of thorns. If Valeron corrupted the original ritual, then the crown may be our only hope of crafting a new seal. The crown lies beyond the Crystal Mountains, in the heart of the valley itself, where no man has walked since the sealing." Morkant raised his shackled hands. "I can guide you there. I've mapped passages through the mountains unknown to others." "Why would you help?" "You were branded traitor, exiled from lands you once defended." "Because I was never a traitor," Morkant replied, his voice hard as steel. "I discovered fragments of Valeron's true plan and sought to expose him. The accusation of treason came from Magister Sindral, Valeron's most devoted disciple." The pieces continued to fall into place in Gandalf's mind, a terrible pattern emerging. Sindral now sits on the Council of 5. If Valeron returns, he will have an ally already positioned at the heart of power. Morkant's chains rattled as he stood. "Time grows short, Gandalf. Will you trust me again? Perhaps for the last time." Gandalf studied the man before him, fallen from grace, scarred by betrayal, yet standing resolute. With a wave of his hand, the shackles fell open. "We leave at dawn." The Crystal Mountains earned their name from the vast formations of quartz and amethyst that jutted from their slopes, refracting sunlight into rainbows that danced across the narrow paths. But today, no sunlight penetrated the roiling clouds that hung above them, and the crystals stood dull and lifeless. Gandalf and Morkant had been climbing for 3 days, following game trails and hidden paths known only to the mountain tribes. Behind them, reports arrived by spectral messenger ravens of shadow creatures advancing across the 5 kingdoms. Entire towns swallowed by darkness, while the armies of the Pentarchy struggled to hold defensive lines. The tribal elders speak of the valley as Nixmoran, the womb of night, Morkant said, as they paused on a high ridge overlooking a vast depression in the land ahead. They say it was not always cursed. Once it held the greatest city of the old empire. Valoria, Gandalf nodded. City of sorcerer kings. I've read the fragments that remain of its history. A golden age of magical advancement ended in a single night of cataclysm. Not cataclysm. Sacrifice. Morkant pointed to faint outlines visible through the mist below. The skeletons of ancient spires and domes. A city in ruins. Valeron discovered texts suggesting that a sufficient expenditure of life energy could fuel a transformation into something beyond mortality. He didn't just let Valoria fall, he orchestrated its destruction. 100,000 souls, Gandalf whispered, horror evident in his voice. But the shadow creatures, born from the tormented spirits of those sacrificed. Valeron bound them to his will, then sealed them away until he could complete his metamorphosis. Morkant adjusted the sword at his hip, an ancient blade with runes etched along its length. The tribes believe the Crown of Thorns was created as a countermeasure by those few who escaped the city's fall, a means of binding the shadows permanently should they ever break free again. As they descended toward the ruined city, the air grew thick with tendrils of mist that seemed to reach for them with purposeful malice. Twice they were forced to defend themselves against shadow creatures, amorphous beings with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with baleful intelligence. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire that held the creatures at bay, while Morkant's runic blade cleaved through them, temporarily dispersing their essence. "They're scouts," Morkant grunted after the second encounter, "testing our defenses. The main host must be occupied with the kingdoms, or gathering elsewhere," Gandalf replied uneasily. "I sense a concentration of power ahead. Something vast is assembling at the city's heart." The ruins of Valoria stretched around them, a necropolis of shattered marble and fallen towers. Once magnificent boulevards were now cracked and overgrown with pale, luminescent fungi that cast ghostly light across the desolation. Fountains that had once flowed with enchanted waters now held only stagnant shadows that moved against the current of the wind. At the center of the dead city stood a structure that had survived the centuries relatively intact, a temple of black stone, its entrance flanked by statues of hooded figures. The door stood open, a rectangle of absolute darkness. "The Temple of Ascension," Gandalf murmured. Valeron spoke of it often. It was here that the sorcerer kings performed their most potent rituals. "And where we'll find the crown," Morkant added, his hand tightening on his sword hilt, "along with whatever awaits us." They approached cautiously, Gandalf's staff illuminating their path with steady blue light that pushed back the clinging shadows. As they crossed the threshold into the temple, the darkness seemed to part reluctantly, revealing a vast circular chamber. At its center stood a dais upon which rested a pedestal of obsidian, and upon the pedestal, "The Crown of Thorns," Gandalf breathed. It was a circlet of dark metal, seemingly simple at first glance, but as they drew closer, its true nature became apparent. What had appeared to be decorative protrusions were in fact intricately crafted thorns, each inscribed with microscopic runes that glowed faintly within a light. The crown radiated power, not the oppressive force of dark magic, but something cleaner, more primordial. "A focus for pure magical energy," Gandalf explained, reaching toward it but not quite touching its surface. "With this, we could craft a new seal, one that cannot be corrupted." "How touching," came a voice from the shadows behind them. "My most promising student and my most troublesome ally, reunited at last." They spun to face the speaker, though Gandalf recognized the voice instantly, despite the centuries that had passed since he last heard it. From the darkness emerged a figure both familiar and terribly changed. He wore the form of Archimage Valeron, as one might wear an ill-fitting garment, the proportions slightly wrong, the movements too fluid to be human. His eyes were pools of swirling darkness, flecked with points of light like distant stars. "Master," Gandalf acknowledged, his voice steady despite the dread that filled him. "No longer your master, Gandalf. I have transcended such limited relationships." Valeron, or the thing that had once been Valeron, smiled, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous. I am becoming the Nyxmorith, the Night Incarnate, as foretold in texts far older than this young world. You sacrificed an entire kingdom, Morkant growled, his blade now glowing with activated runes. Thousands of innocents. Sacrificed. Valeron tilted his head, the movement oddly disjointed. No. Elevated. They are part of me now. Their essence woven into my expanding consciousness. Soon, the 5 kingdoms will join them in glorious unity. We won't allow that, Gandalf declared, subtly shifting his position to stand between Valeron and the crown. You cannot prevent what has already begun. Even now, my shadows feed on the outlying villages, strengthening me with each life absorbed. Valeron's form seemed to waver, darkness bleeding from his edges like ink in water. But I offer you both a place at my side. Gandalf, you who were like a son to me. Morkant, you whose courage I always admired, even as I arranged your downfall. You destroyed my life, Morkant snarled, branded me traitor when I alone saw your treachery. I removed an obstacle while preserving a potential asset, Valeron corrected. Now I offer redemption, power beyond your imagining. And all it costs is our humanity, Gandalf said coldly. Too high a price. In a movement almost too swift to follow, Gandalf spun and seized the crown of thorns from its pedestal. The moment his fingers touched the ancient artifact, power surged through him, raw, primal magic that connected him to the very foundations of the world. Valeron shrieked, a sound no human throat could produce, and lunged forward. Darkness exploded from his form, shadow tendrils whipping toward Gandalf with lethal intent. Morkant intercepted them, his runic blade slicing through the darkness, buying Gandalf precious seconds. "The ritual, Gandalf!" Morkant shouted as he parried another tendril. "I'll hold him!" Gandalf placed the crown upon his head, and the world shifted around him. Power flooded his senses, knowledge of spells long forgotten blossoming in his mind. Through the crown, he could perceive the threads of magic that wove reality itself, and the corrupted patterns Valeron had created to fuel his transformation. "You cannot unmake what I have become," Valeron hissed, his form now barely humanoid, a writhing mass of shadow with too many limbs and eyes. "I'm beyond your petty magics." "Not unmake," Gandalf replied, his voice resonating with the crown's power. "Udribind." He began to chant in a language older than civilization, his hands weaving complex patterns in the air that left trails of golden light. Each gesture rewrote a portion of Valeron's corrupted ritual, reclaiming the energy he had stolen from Valoria's fall. Morkant fought valiantly, his blade a blur of light against the encroaching darkness. But the shadows were overwhelming. A tendril pierced his shoulder, another wrapped around his leg. He fell to one knee, still slashing at the darkness that threatened to engulf him. "Finish it!" he cried to Gandalf. The wizard's chant reached its crescendo, the crown of thorns now blazing with light so intense that the shadows recoiled. With a final gesture, Gandalf completed the counter-ritual, and the temple chamber filled with blinding radiance. Valeron's scream transcended sound, becoming a psychic assault that threatened to shatter their minds. The shadows comprising his form began to collapse inward, drawn into a singularity at the center of his being. As his form compressed, his voice echoed in their thoughts. "This is not an end, but a beginning. I will return when the stars align again." With a thunderclap of imploding energy, Valeron vanished. Where he had stood, a small crystalline seed pulsed with contained darkness, all that remained of the Archimage and the shadows he had commanded. Gandalf staggered, the crown's power still surging through him. He carefully removed it from his head, feeling its energy recede, but not entirely fade. "Is it done?" Morkant asked, clutching his wounded shoulder as he rose unsteadily. "For now," Gandalf replied, approaching the crystalline seed. "He is bound but not destroyed. No power in this world could unmake what he has become entirely." "Then we've bought time, nothing more. Time enough for the world to prepare, should he ever break free again." Gandalf enclosed the seed in a sphere of protective magic that hardened into clear crystal. "This must be hidden where none may find it, and the crown must be guarded as well," Morkant finished. "I will take the seed. The mountain tribes have places of power, ancient sanctums where such things can be concealed from seeking eyes." Gandalf nodded slowly. "And I shall bear the crown to Starwatch Keep, to be protected by oaths and wards." He looked at his old ally with new respect. "Your name will be cleared, your honor restored." Morkant's laugh was tinged with bitterness. "Some stains cannot be removed, old friend. I will return to the mountains. My life is there now." As they emerged from the temple into the ruined city, they saw that the shadows had receded from the valley. In the distance, the sun broke through the clouds, its light reflecting brilliantly from the crystal mountains. "Our paths diverge here," Morkant said, accepting the crystalline prison from Gandalf. "Until they cross again," Gandalf replied, clasping the man's forearm in the warrior's grip of old. "Udren they will, Morkant. Some bonds transcend time and betrayal." As they parted ways at the edge of the dead city, one returning to civilization with an artifact of immense power, the other retreating to wild lands with a burden of terrible responsibility, both knew that this was not truly an ending. For shadows, once born, never truly die. They merely wait for the light to falter once more. Story 2. The skies above the flaming lands of Dracoria bled crimson and gold as the sun sank behind the Ember Peak Mountains. Heat rose in visible waves from the obsidian plains, where rivers of molten stone carved glowing veins across the landscape. In this realm of perpetual fire, where the very air shimmered with magic old as creation itself, a solitary figure made his way along a narrow ridge of cooled basalt. Gandalf the Grey moved with surprising agility for one who appeared so ancient, his weathered staff finding purchase on treacherous ground that would have claimed less experienced travelers. The hem of his robes, once grey as his name, now bore the soot and ash of 3 days' journey through this inhospitable land. Yet his eyes remained clear and sharp, scanning the horizon with the intensity of a hawk searching for prey. But Gandalf was not the hunter in this tale. From the pouch at his side, he withdrew a scale, triangular and the size of his palm, its surface capturing and reflecting the fiery landscape with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. He held it up, watching as it glowed brighter when turned toward a distant caldera where thick plumes of smoke obscured whatever lay within. "There you are," he murmured, tucking the scale away carefully. "Let us hope I'm not too late." The rumble of distant thunder caused him to pause and seek shelter beneath an overhanging rock. But the sound was not thunder. It was the rhythmic beating of massive wings. Gandalf pressed himself deeper into shadow as a formation of mounted knights passed overhead, their armor gleaming with enchanted runes that protected them from the furnace-like heat. Each rider sat astride a wyvern, smaller cousins to true dragons, their scaled hides magically treated to withstand their riders' spelled armor. The Knights of the Ember Order had arrived, and with them their commander. Thorn the Dragonslayer stood in the stirrups of his saddle, his face obscured by a helm forged in the likeness of a snarling beast. Around his neck hung trophies of his conquests, dragon teeth strung together like barbaric jewelry. 13 teeth, 13 dragons slain by his hand. Only one remained. As the nights passed beyond sight, Gandalf emerged from his hiding place, his expression grave. "Your count grows too high, Thorn," he whispered to the empty air, "and your purpose too dark." Night fell swiftly in the flaming lands, yet darkness never truly reigned. The rivers of molten stone provided constant illumination, casting long shadows that danced like spirits across the volcanic terrain. Gandalf pressed on, following the scale's pulsing light until he reached the edge of the great caldera. Below, in a basin of black glass, lay the remains of an ancient dragon temple. Pillars of basalt rose like the rib cage of some colossal beast, partially melted by centuries of heat. At the center of this skeletal sanctuary, a pool of liquid fire bubbled and spat, its surface occasionally broken by something moving beneath. Gandalf began his descent, choosing his path carefully among razor-sharp obsidian formations. As he neared the temple floor, a rumbling growl reverberated through the ground, felt more than heard. "I come as friend, not foe," Gandalf called out, his voice carrying a power and resonance that belied his apparent frailty. "I seek Calith, last of the fire drakes, guardian of the seal." The pool of fire erupted, molten stone cascading in all directions, yet somehow flowing around Gandalf without touching him. From the blazing depths rose a creature of legend, scales the color of sunset, eyes like twin harvest moons, wings that could shadow a village when fully extended. But the majesty of the beast was marred by a grievous wound along its left flank, where scales had been torn away to reveal flesh that smoldered and bled magma. "Who speaks my true name and title?" The dragon's voice resonated directly in Gandalf's mind, ancient and weary. "Few remember either in these diminished days. I am Gandalf the Grey, keeper of memory, walker between worlds," the wizard replied, bowing his head in respect. "I have sought you while others hunt you." The dragon lowered its massive head, bringing one golden eye level with the wizard. Its pupil contracted, studying him with the wisdom of millennia. The Grey Wanderer. "Yes, I know of you. Why do you seek me when my time in this realm grows short?" Gandalf approached slowly, hand outstretched to show the scale he carried. "Because with your death comes doom beyond reckoning. The seal weakens. Calith, I have felt its trembling." The dragon's eye widened fractionally, the only indication of surprise from a creature that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. "You know of the seal. How?" "That knowledge was hidden even from most of my kind. I am very old, though not as ancient as you," Gandalf replied with the ghost of a smile. "I have walked the forgotten paths and read the forbidden texts. I know that dragons are not the monsters of legend, but guardians against a darkness far greater than mankind can comprehend." Calith's massive body shifted, settling onto the temple floor with a sound like an avalanche. "The wound pains me." The Slayer's blade was coated with venom from the abyssal realm. Even my fire cannot burn it away. "May I?" Gandalf asked, gesturing toward the injury. The dragon extended its wounded flank, a gesture of trust so profound that Gandalf felt humbled by it. He placed his hands near the wound, careful not to touch it directly, and began to chant in a language older than the mountains themselves. Blue light emanated from his palms, cool and soothing against the dragon's burning flesh. "You cannot heal it," Calith observed, though there was no accusation in the thought. "No," Gandalf admitted as he completed the spell. "But I can slow its spread, ease your pain. The venom is beyond my power to cleanse entirely. Then I am still dying. All things die, Great One. Even stars burn out eventually. The question is, what shall be lost when you pass from this world?" The dragon's thought voice grew distant, as if speaking from memory. "We were 15 when the pact was made. 15 dragons to guard 15 seals, binding the entities of the abyss away from the mortal realm. With each guardian that falls, a seal weakens. I am the last. And Thorn knows this, Gandalf said grimly. Or rather, the thing that possesses him knows. With your death, the final seal breaks. The entity that controls the Slayer is but a fragment, a whisper of its true self. Yet even this shadow has power enough to bend a man's will to its purpose. Calith's massive head swung toward the caldera rim. They come. I sense them drawing near. Then we must act quickly. Gandalf straightened, his decision made. I can create a diversion, draw them away while you... No. The thought cut through Gandalf's mind like a blade. I cannot flee. My strength wanes, and the seal must be maintained until a new pact can be forged. A new pact? Is such a thing possible? Yes, though at great cost. The original Guardians volunteered to bind their life force to the seals. A willing sacrifice would be required. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's eyes. And that is why they hunt you so relentlessly. They fear you might find such a volunteer before they can end you. Calith's enormous body tensed suddenly. They breach the rim. The Slayer comes. Above them, silhouetted against the crimson sky, the Knights of the Ember Order appeared. Their wyvern mounts screeched at the sight of the true dragon below, instinctively fearful despite their riders' control. At their center, Commander Thorn raised a spear of black metal that seemed to drink in the light around it. The dragon dies tonight, he called, his voice distorted as if multiple voices spoke in unison. And with it, the last barrier falls. Gandalf stepped forward, placing himself between Calith and the knights. His staff blazed suddenly with white fire, casting his shadow long and terrible across the temple floor. Would you face not only the dragon this night, Thorn, or should I address the entity that wears him like a garment? Gandalf's voice boomed with power that caused several knights to rein their mounts back in alarm. I stand with the Guardian, and I am not so easily swept aside. Thorn's laughter echoed unnaturally across the caldera. A wizard, a wanderer, a meddler in affairs beyond your comprehension. What hope have you against the inevitable? Hope is never inevitable, Gandalf replied calmly, nor is doom. Both are forged by choices made in moments such as these. He turned slightly toward Calith, keeping his eyes on the knights. If I were to offer myself as successor to the pact, would my lifespan be sufficient? I'm not immortal as your kind. The dragon's surprise rippled through their mental connection. But your years have been unnaturally extended by powers I do not fully comprehend. It would suffice. But the process would bind you to this place forever, neither living nor dead, existing only to maintain the seal. A high price, Gandalf acknowledged, but perhaps a fitting end to my wanderings. You would sacrifice your freedom for a world that will forget your name in a handful of generations. Some things are worth doing not for recognition, but because they are right. Thorn's patience ended. With a cry that shattered the obsidian beneath his wyvern's claws, he hurled the black spear directly at Calith's heart. Gandalf raised his staff, deflecting the weapon with a burst of magical energy that sent it spinning into the pool of fire. Now, the wizard shouted to the dragon, begin the ritual while I hold them at bay. What followed was a battle that would have been the stuff of legend, had any witnesses survived to tell the tale. Gandalf stood alone against the Knights of the Ember Order, his magic a storm of light against their enchanted weapons. Wyverns fell screaming into the volcanic depths. Knights were flung against temple pillars with bone-shattering force. And at the center of the temple, Calith began an incantation that had not been uttered since the dawn of the age. The dragon's body glowed from within, lines of power tracing patterns across its scales like living script. The temple floor responded, ancient runes appearing in the black glass, forming concentric circles of power that spread outward from the dragon's massive form. Thorn, his helm lost in the battle to reveal eyes that burned with otherworldly malice, broke through Gandalf's defenses. The man's body moved with unnatural speed and precision, flesh stretching and reforming in ways that betrayed the entity's growing control. "You cannot stop what was set in motion eons ago," Thorn hissed, voice distorted beyond humanity. "The barriers between realms thin. My brethren stir in the abyss, sensing freedom after countless millennia of imprisonment." "Your imprisonment was just," Gandalf replied, parrying a blow that would have shattered ordinary bones. "Your kind sought to devour all reality, to reduce creation to chaos. We sought to return it to its natural state." The entity's rage manifested as a wave of darkness that poured from Thorn's body, engulfing Gandalf in numbing cold. "Existence is an aberration in the endless void. We bring the gift of unmaking." Gandalf fell to one knee, staff raised as the only barrier between himself and oblivion. "Calith," he called. "I cannot hold much longer." The dragon's voice resonated through the temple, no longer confined to mental communication. "The pact accepts your offer. Gandalf the Grey, approach the circle and complete what must be done." With a final surge of power that drove back the darkness, Gandalf broke free from Thorn's assault and staggered toward the glowing runes at the temple's center. The entity howled in fury, recognizing what was about to occur. "And stop him! The seal must not be renewed!" But it was too late. Gandalf stepped into the innermost circle, placing his hand upon Calith's wounded flank. A column of pure white flame erupted around them, reaching toward the heavens with such intensity that it momentarily turned night to day across all of Dracoria. Within that sacred fire, a transfer of power beyond mortal understanding took place. Calith's ancient knowledge, the burden of guardianship, the very essence of the seal itself, all flowed into Gandalf. The wizard's body remained, but his spirit expanded, becoming one with the temple, with the seal, with the very boundary between realms. When the flames subsided, Calith's massive body had crumbled to ash. The dragon's long vigil finally ended. In its place stood Gandalf, but changed. His mortal form now a vessel for immortal purpose, his eyes reflecting fires that would burn until the end of time. Thorn, or the entity within him, scrambled backward, its plan in ruins. This changes nothing. There will be other ways, other weaknesses to exploit. "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged, his voice resonating with newfound power. But not today, and not through you." With a gesture that seemed to bend reality itself, Gandalf opened a rift beneath the possessed commander. Through it gleamed the infinite darkness of the abyss, home to the entities, and now prison once more to the fragment that had nearly succeeded in freeing its brethren. Thorn's scream cut off abruptly as the rift sealed, leaving Gandalf alone among the ruins of the ancient temple. The remaining knights had fled, bearing tales of terror and wonder that would eventually become legend in the kingdom of Alveria. Gandalf settled onto a throne of obsidian that formed itself from the temple floor. His staff, now permanently ablaze with dragonfire, rested across his knees. The burden of guardianship pressed upon him with the weight of worlds. Yet there was peace in purpose, finally fulfilled. In the centuries to come, travelers in the Flaming Lands would sometimes glimpse a figure walking among the rivers of fire, an old man who was somehow ageless, his eyes containing wisdom and sorrow in equal measure. Stories would be told of the guardian of the caldera, the one who spoke with the voice of dragons and kept watch over doorways mortals could not see. and if any were brave enough to approach his obsidian throne and ask why he had chosen such a fate, Gandalf would simply smile and say, "Some burdens are not chosen for glory, but accepted out of love for a world worth preserving." Story 3. The moon hung fractured in the sky above Lumoria, its reflection splitting into 1,000 shimmering pieces upon the surface of Lake Mirrormere. At the center of the lake rose the Tower of Time, a structure that defied all laws of nature and reason. Its spire twisted impossibly upward, sections of it appearing to exist simultaneously in different places, parts of its ancient stonework transparent as morning mist, while others remained solid as mountain granite. Windows glowed with lights of colors that had no names in any mortal tongue, and occasionally observers would swear they saw the same room appearing at different heights of the tower within the span of a single breath. Gandalf the Grey stood at the lake's edge, his weathered hands gripping his staff as he gazed upon the tower with eyes that had witnessed centuries pass. The wind tugged at his robes and long beard, carrying whispers of distant times, echoes of conversations yet to happen, remnants of laughter long silenced. "Still standing after all these years," he murmured to himself. Though perhaps years is the wrong word for a place where time itself bleeds. Since the great cataclysm 3 centuries prior, when the mages of the Royal Academy had attempted to harness the essence of time itself, the tower had been forbidden to all. Reality had shattered within its walls, and those few who dared enter never returned, or worse, returned changed in ways that turned the stomach and haunted dreams. Yet here Gandalf stood, summoned by visions that had plagued him for 7 nights, visions of Lumoria burning, of darkness spreading across the land like ink in water, and at the center of it all, the tower pulsing with malevolent purpose. "You came," spoke a voice behind him. Gandalf turned to find Princess Lyra of House Solaris, heir to the throne of Lumoria. She stood alone, without guard or attendant, dressed in simple riding clothes rather than royal finery. Her only concession to her station was the silver circlet upon her brow, set with a moonstone that caught the fractured moonlight. "Your message was most insistent, Your Highness," Gandalf replied with a slight bow. "Although I confess surprised that you would meet me here, of all places. The dreams have come to you as well, haven't they?" Lyra asked, her eyes, violet as twilight, fixed on the tower. "The visions of fire and ending." Gandalf studied her carefully. The royal bloodline of Lumoria had always produced powerful mages, their connection to the arcane arts legendary throughout the 7 realms. Yet rumors whispered that Princess Lyra had been born without the gift, a source of quiet shame for the royal family. "Yes," he acknowledged, "though I suspect we see different aspects of the same doom. I see my kingdom burning," she said softly, "and I stand helpless without magic to save it. And I see the cause," Gandalf replied grimly. "Something stirs within the tower, Princess. Something that should have remained dormant." A flicker of movement caught their attention, a ripple across the tower's reflection in the lake that didn't match any change in the structure itself. For a moment, both could have sworn they saw another tower in that reflection, darker and more terrible, reaching down into depths beyond comprehension. "We must enter," Lyra declared. "A dangerous proposition," Gandalf cautioned. "Time does not flow naturally within. Moments stretch into eternities, while years may pass in the blink of an eye." "And yet you came prepared for the journey," she observed, nodding toward the satchel at his side that bore the unmistakable glow of containment runes. Gandalf smiled wryly. "One does not live as long as I have without learning to prepare for the inevitable." He withdrew from the satchel a crystal vial containing what appeared to be captured starlight. "Essence of constancy." It should anchor us somewhat against the worst temporal distortions. Us. Lyra raised an eyebrow. I had hoped to dissuade you, but I see the determination in your eyes. Gandalf unstoppered the vial and poured a drop of the luminous liquid onto her palm, then his own. Press it to your heart. As they did so, the essence sank into their skin, leaving a faint glow that pulsed in perfect unison. Gandalf extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Lyra took it. Together, they stepped onto the narrow causeway that led across the lake to the tower's entrance. The interior of the tower defied comprehension. Corridors branched and merged like the veins of some great beast. Staircases led to the same place they began, and doorways opened onto scenes from different ages, some showing Lemuria as it was centuries ago, others revealing vistas of a kingdom not yet born. "Stay close," Gandalf cautioned as they navigated the impossible geometry. The tower tries to separate travelers, to lose them in the labyrinth of moments. "How do you know which way to go?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed with awe and trepidation. Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he studied the shifting patterns along the walls, symbols that appeared to be written in light itself, constantly rearranging into new configurations. "I don't," he admitted. "But the visions have shown me glimpses of our destination, a chamber at the heart of the tower, where time pools like water in a well." As they ventured deeper, the tower's distortions grew more pronounced. They passed a room where rain fell upward from floor to ceiling, and another where a single candle burned eternally, its flame frozen in mid-flicker. In one corridor, they saw multiple versions of themselves walking ahead and behind, some younger, some older, all engaged in the same journey. "This place," Lyra whispered, "it's as if reality itself is wounded here." "A apt observation," Gandalf replied. "And the cataclysm didn't just break the tower, it broke time itself within these walls." They paused before a door unlike the others, its frame carved from what appeared to be solidified darkness, runes of warning etched into its surface. When Gandalf reached for the handle, the symbols flared crimson. "It recognizes you," Lyra noted with surprise. A shadow crossed Gandalf's face. "I was here once before, long ago, before the cataclysm. When this was still the Academy of Temporal Arts, you were a student." "No." His voice grew distant with memory. "A witness, and perhaps, unwittingly, a catalyst." Before Lyra could question him further, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a vast circular chamber. At its center hovered a sphere of swirling energy, like a miniature galaxy contained within the room, temporal currents flowing into and out of it in luminous streams. And before this temporal wellspring stood a figure that caused Gandalf's blood to freeze in his veins. "Arcturus," he breathed. The man, if he could still be called such, turned slowly. He wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with constellations that moved across the fabric of their own accord. His features were handsome and ageless, but his eyes burned with an inner light that spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. "Gandalf, old friend," Arcturus replied, his voice resonating with multiple tones, speaking in perfect harmony. "How kind of you to join us after all this time. And you've brought the princess. How delightful." "You died," Gandalf stated flatly. 3 centuries ago, when your experiment failed." Arcturus laughed, the sound rippling through different pitches. "Did I? From a certain perspective, perhaps. From another, I transcended." He gestured to the swirling temporal well. "Death is such a limited concept when one exists across all moments simultaneously." "You're the one sending the visions," Lyra accused, stepping forward. "Visions of my kingdom burning." "Not visions, Your Highness. Memories," Arcturus smiled. And of a future I've already witnessed, one that is both inevitable and necessary. Gandalf moved protectively in front of Lyra, his staff glowing with power. What have you done, Arcturus? What you and the Council of Mages prevented me from doing centuries ago, the King Sorcerer replied. I've woven my consciousness through the fabric of time itself. Every moment that has ever been or will ever be, I experience them all as one eternal now. His expression darkened. But the process remains incomplete while I'm tethered to this physical form, trapped in this shattered tower. Understanding dawned on Gandalf's face. The cataclysm wasn't an accident. A calculated risk, Arcturus corrected. One that partially succeeded. But to complete my ascension, to truly become one with the temporal current, I need a final catalyst. His gaze fixed on Lyra. Royal blood, freely given. You'll destroy Lumoria in the process, Gandalf growled. I'll transform it, Arcturus countered. The kingdom will burn, yes, but from its ashes will rise a realm unbound by time's constraints, a perfect, eternal moment, with me as its architect. As he spoke, Gandalf noticed tendrils of temporal energy extending from the well, subtly reaching toward them. With a swift motion, he traced a sigil in the air that briefly illuminated the chamber with golden light. The tendrils recoiled. Your magic sustains me, old friend, Arcturus observed. Each spell you cast feeds the temporal well, strengthening my hold on this reality. Why do you think I sent the visions to you specifically? I knew you couldn't resist investigating. Gandalf lowered his staff slowly, realization dawning. You've been manipulating events across centuries. Time is merely another dimension to shape, Arcturus confirmed. I've guided history along the path most favorable to my ascension. The bloodline of Solaris, the founding of Lumoria, even your own wanderings across the Seven Realms, all pieces carefully arranged. Lyra stepped forward, her face set with determination. If royal blood is what you need, why wait for me? Why not take it from any of my ancestors over these centuries? Arcturus smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. Because, dear princess, you are unique among your line. Born without magic, your blood remains pure, uncorrupted by the arcane energies that flow through your family's veins. The perfect vessel for my final transformation. You'll never have it, she declared. I already do, he replied. In at least 17 possible futures, you offer it willingly to save your kingdom. In 12 others, Gandalf sacrifices himself trying to stop me. The paths may vary, but they all converge on this moment. Gandalf's mind raced. If Arcturus spoke truly, then conventional magic would only strengthen him. Fighting would play directly into the sorcerer's hands. He glanced at Lyra, noting how the essence of constancy still glowed faintly over her heart, and suddenly he understood. You've overlooked something, old friend, Gandalf said quietly. Have I? Arcturus seemed amused. What possible variable could escape my perception across the time stream? Her? Gandalf nodded toward Lyra. You see her lack of magic as a strength for your purpose, but you fail to understand its true significance. Without warning, Gandalf took Lyra's hand and pressed it against his own chest, where his own mark of constancy pulsed. There was a flare of light as the two essences recognized each other. Princess, he said urgently, you are not without magic. You are magic's absence, a void in the arcane current. That's why you can perceive the tower's distortions without being affected by them. Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. That's why you needed me here. What are you doing? Arcturus demanded, his composure slipping for the first time as the temporal well began to fluctuate erratically. I'm teaching her that true power can sometimes lie in the unmaking of spells rather than their casting, Gandalf replied. He turned to Lyra. The tower's heart is vulnerable to you alone. Where magic exists, you can unmake it, not by countering it with more magic, but by simply unraveling it. No! Arcturus lunged forward, but too late. Lyra reached toward the temporal well, her fingers passing through its swirling energies. Where she touched, the current stilled, colors fading to transparency. The effect spread like frost across a pond, temporal energy unraveling at her touch. Arcturus howled in fury and desperation as his carefully constructed web of time began to collapse. He reached for Gandalf, fingers elongating into claws of pure magical force. What have you done? Centuries of work, given her the chance to choose her own destiny, Gandalf replied calmly, even as he felt his own magic beginning to drain away, drawn into the collapsing well. Something you never did. The chamber shuddered violently as time itself tried to resettle into its natural flow. Walls blurred and shifted, revealing glimpses of other moments. The tower, as it was before the cataclysm. The tower in ruins. The tower yet to be built. We need to leave, Gandalf urged Lyra, who stood transfixed by the dissolution of the temporal well. The tower is realigning itself. But your magic, she began, seeing how the light had faded from his staff, how his very presence seemed diminished. A price gladly paid, he assured her with a gentle smile. Magic can always be relearned. Time, once lost, is gone forever. Together they fled through corridors that straightened and simplified with each step, the tower's impossible geometry resolving itself as time's natural flow reasserted its dominance. Behind them, Arcturus's cries faded, not silenced, but dispersed across the time stream, his consciousness once again bound to a single moment rather than encompassing all. They emerged onto the causeway as dawn broke over Lake Mirrormere. The tower still stood, but changed, its twisted spire now straight and true, its stones solid and consistent, its windows clear rather than showing impossible vistas. Will he return? Lyra asked, gazing back at the structure that had nearly been the instrument of her kingdom's doom. Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, now just wood rather than a conduit of arcane power. Perhaps time has a way of circling back upon itself. But for now, at least, he exists in only one moment, as do we all. And your magic, she pressed. He smiled wryly. Gone, but not forever. In surrendering it, I broke Arcturus's hold on me, on all of us. The visions will trouble us no more. As they walked back toward Lumoria, the rising sun cast their shadows long across the causeway. A wizard temporarily diminished, and a princess who had discovered her true strength not in the wielding of power, but in its absence. Behind them, in a high window of the tower, a figure watched their departure, neither Arcturus as he was, nor as he had hoped to be, but something in between. A man out of time, watching the world continue its inexorable forward march without him, already planning his next move in a game that spanned eternity. For time, once broken, could never truly be made whole again. Story 4. The first light of dawn spilled across the ancient stones of Ravencrest, illuminating runes carved deep into their weathered surfaces. These symbols glowed with an inner fire, pulsing in rhythm like the heartbeat of the world itself. In the shadow of these monoliths stood a solitary figure, cloaked in grey, his beard as silver as the mist that clung to the valley below. With a gnarled finger, Gandalf traced the outline of a particularly complex rune, his touch causing the symbol to flare brilliantly before subsiding to a gentle ember glow. "You're playing with forces beyond your station, old man," came a voice from behind him. Gandalf didn't turn. There was a time, Lord Vexus, when the runes belonged to no station at all. The newcomer stepped forward, his crimson robes embroidered with golden runes that shimmered with each movement. The signet ring on his finger, bearing the crest of the High Runic Council, caught the morning light. Dangerous words. The kind that have sent lesser men to the void pits. Then it's fortunate I am not a lesser man, Gandalf replied, finally turning to face the noble. The village of Ashfall has suffered enough. Their crops fail, their children sicken. They need but one healing rune. Lord Vexus's face hardened. Runic magic is the divine right of the seven houses, granted by the gods themselves. The commoner's suffering is regrettable, but the order of things must be maintained. Gandalf's eyes, sharp beneath bushy brows, studied the nobleman. And if the order itself is flawed, then you speak treason as well as heresy, Vexus snapped, turning away. Consider this your final warning, wanderer. The Grey Pilgrim may be tolerated for his knowledge of ancient lore, but not if he incites disorder. With that, he strode away, leaving Gandalf alone with the standing stones. The old wizard sighed, drawing his grey cloak tighter around his shoulders. For centuries, he had walked the lands of Arcanum, watching as the free magic of the runes, once the birthright of all with the talent to wield them, became the exclusive property of noble houses. He had hidden his true abilities, playing the role of scholar and advisor, all while secretly aiding those the nobility neglected. But time was running short. Something stirred beneath the world, something ancient and terrible that fed on each rune cast. Gandalf could feel it in the trembling of the earth, in the dissonance that crept into the harmonic resonance of runic magic. The pawns move, he murmured to the stones. Udun, the game approaches its final phase. The forge of Ashfall village rang with the rhythmic striking of hammer on metal. Kell, his young face streaked with soot and sweat, worked tirelessly at shaping a plowshare. At 20 summers, he was already the village's master smith, having inherited the forge when his father died in the last famine. Something about the metal called to him today, a strange singing that seemed to come from within the iron itself. As he hammered, Kell found his mind wandering, his hand moving of its own accord. When he finally plunged the metal into water, the resulting cloud of steam momentarily obscured his vision. When it cleared, Kell stepped back in shock. There, etched into the cooling metal, was a symbol he had never seen before. A rune, complex and beautiful, swirling in patterns that made his eyes water if he stared too long. "That's quite remarkable craftsmanship," came a voice from the doorway. Kell whirled around, instinctively moving to hide the plowshare. An old man stood there, leaning on a gnarled staff, his grey robes dusty from the road. I don't know what happened," Kell stammered. "I didn't mean to—" "Peace, young smith," the stranger said, stepping into the forge. "I am Gandalf, and I believe what you've done is not a crime, but a revelation." Before Kell could respond, shouts erupted from the village square. Both men hurried to the door to see a company of armored riders entering Ashfall, their banner bearing the insignia of the Runic Guard, the militant arm of the High Council. "They're early," Gandalf muttered. "They must have sensed it." "Sensed what?" Kell asked, his heart racing. "Oh, to the awakening of your gift." Gandalf's eyes were grave. "They're here for you, though they don't yet know it. What you've done, creating a rune without training, without noble blood, is considered the highest heresy in the Seven Kingdoms." "But I didn't." "There's no time," Gandalf interrupted. "They will search every home, and when they find that plowshare, your fate will be sealed." He fixed Kell with a penetrating stare. "You have a choice to make, young smith. Stay and face their justice, or come with me and discover the truth of what you are." They fled through the forest as night fell, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. Gandalf led Kell along hidden paths that seemed to shift and disappear once they had passed. After hours of travel, they reached a massive oak tree, its trunk wider than 5 men standing shoulder to shoulder. "We're here," Gandalf announced, placing his palm against the bark. Lines of soft blue light spread from his hand, forming intricate runic patterns across the surface of the tree. With a sound like a deep exhalation, a doorway appeared in the trunk, revealing a spiral staircase descending into the earth. "What is this place?" Kell whispered, awestruck. "One of the last sanctuaries of the true runebearers," Gandalf replied, ushering him inside. "Those who understand the original purpose and power of the runes." The staircase led them into a vast underground chamber where dozens of people moved about purposefully. Some studied ancient texts, others practiced tracing complex patterns in the air that left trails of colored light. At the center of the chamber stood a circular table where a hooded figure conferred with several advisors. "The Shadow Lord," Gandalf explained quietly. "Though that title was given to him by his enemies, we know him as Valerian, once heir to the House of Dawn before he discovered the truth and renounced his title." The hooded figure looked up sharply, as if sensing their presence, and beckoned them forward. As they approached, he lowered his hood, revealing not the monstrous features Kell had expected from the stories, but a handsome face marked by a single runic scar that ran from temple to jaw. "And Gandalf the Grey," Valerian said, his voice carrying the refined accent of nobility despite his rough surroundings. "You bring us a new recruit at a desperate hour." "A rune forger," Gandalf replied. "Perhaps the most powerful I've seen in an age." Valerian's eyes widened as he studied Kell. "Then the prophecy advances. Show me, young smith." Reluctantly, Kell reached into his pack and withdrew the plowshare. The rune he had inadvertently created still glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. "The rune of awakening," Valerian breathed, "created spontaneously by an untrained hand. The signs align." He turned to Gandalf. "The High Council has accelerated their efforts. The Grand Convergence ritual begins in 3 days." "So soon?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in alarm. "They cannot possibly have gathered enough power, unless they intend to sacrifice an entire city to fuel it," Valerian replied grimly. "Would someone please explain what's happening?" Kell interrupted, his patience wearing thin with fear and confusion. Gandalf and Valerian exchanged a look before the old wizard sighed heavily. "The runes are not gifts from the gods, as the noble houses claim," Gandalf began. "Undum, they are fragments of a binding spell cast millennia ago to imprison a primordial being, Rune Thul, the first magic. This entity threatened to consume all reality, and the ancient mages sacrificed themselves to create a prison of symbols, each containing a portion of its power. Over time," Valerian continued, "the truth was forgotten. People discovered they could tap into these symbols for power, not realizing that each use weakened the prison. The noble houses, recognizing the power the runes offered, claimed exclusive rights to their use." "And now?" Kell asked. "Now the prison weakens," Gandalf said. "With each passing century, more of Rune Thul's consciousness seeps into our world. The High Council believes they can control this awakening, channel it to make themselves gods among men. But they're wrong," Valerian added. "No mortal can control such power. Their ritual will not subjugate Rune Thul. It will free it entirely, dooming our world." Kell looked down at the rune he had created, seeing it now with new eyes. "And what can we do against such power?" "The original binding was created by those with the rare ability to forge new runes, not just use existing ones," Gandalf explained. "True rune bearers, like yourself. And me. To demonstrate, he traced a symbol in the air, a rune Kell had never seen before, which hung glowing between them before slowly fading. "You've hidden this ability all these years?" Kell asked. "I had to," Gandalf replied. "Ye true rune bearers were hunted to near extinction by the noble houses, who feared our ability to create new magics beyond their control. We believe," Valerian interjected, "that with enough rune bearers working in concert, we can reforge the prison, not as a collection of fragments to be exploited, but as a single binding that can never again be broken." "The cost would be tremendous," Gandalf added solemnly. "And all existing runic magic would cease to function. The noble houses would lose their power, and we who forge the new binding might lose more still." "You're asking me to help reshape the world," Kell said slowly, "when yesterday I was just a village smith." Gandalf placed a weathered hand on his shoulder. "You were never just anything, young Kell. The power to create, whether it be plowshares or runes, has always lived in your hands. Now you must decide how to use it." 3 days later, Gandalf stood atop the Tower of Convergence in the heart of Lumina, the capital city. Behind him, bound by runic chains, knelt Kell and Valerian, captured during their failed attempt to infiltrate the tower. Before them, Lord Vexus and the 6 other heads of the noble houses arranged themselves around a vast runic circle etched into the stone floor, the symbols pulsing with hungry light. "You see now the futility of resistance," Vexus said, his voice swollen with triumph. "When Rune Thul awakens, its power will flow through us, the rightful heirs of magic." "Rightful?" Gandalf scoffed. "You are thieves who stole what was meant to protect all, not serve the few." "Bold words from a condemned heretic," Vexus replied. "Your execution will provide the final surge of power our ritual requires." He turned to the assembled nobles. "Begin the convergence." As the lords and ladies of the 7 houses began to chant, the runes on the floor blazed with intensifying light. Gandalf felt the chains around his wrists growing hot, the runic locks responding to the surge of power. "Now, I think," he murmured to his companions. With a swift motion that belied his apparent frailty, Gandalf twisted his hands within the restraints. His fingers traced counter-runes directly onto the bindings themselves, causing them to shatter into dust. In the same moment, Kell and Valerian broke free of their own chains. "Impossible!" Vexus cried. "No!" Gandalf replied calmly. "Inevitable!" The 3 rune-bearers stepped into the circle, their presence disrupting the careful geometry of the ritual. The noble houses tried to maintain their chant, but the pattern was already broken. "Unkell," Gandalf commanded, "the rune of awakening." The young smith withdrew the plowshare from where the guards had carelessly tossed it with their other possessions. The rune upon it now blazed like a small sun. "Place it at the center," Gandalf instructed, "and remember what I taught you." As Kell positioned the plowshare at the heart of the circle, Gandalf and Valerian took positions at precise points around the perimeter. Together, the 3 began to trace new runes in the air, not the fragmented symbols used by the noble houses, but complex, living patterns that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the eye could perceive. "Stop them!" Vexus commanded. But when the guards moved forward, they found themselves unable to cross an invisible boundary that had formed around the circle. The air grew thick with power as the 3 rune-bearers continued their work, sweat beading on their brows from the effort. Beneath the tower, the earth began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the stone floor as something vast stirred in the depths below. "It comes!" Vexus cried, his voice now tinged with fear rather than triumph. "Rune Thul awakens." "Yes," Gandalf acknowledged, never breaking his concentration. But not for you. The tower shook violently as a column of blinding light erupted from the center of the circle, engulfing the plowshare. Within the light, a form began to take shape, vast and incomprehensible, a being of pure magical energy straining against the last fragments of its ancient prison. "Now," Gandalf shouted, "you're the binding rune." In perfect unison, the three runebearers brought their hands together, merging the symbols they had been crafting into a single, unified rune of staggering complexity. As it formed, completed, the light from the center of the circle was drawn into it, compressed and contained. A sound like the ringing of an enormous bell filled the air, followed by absolute silence. Then, one by one, every runic symbol in the tower, on the floor, on the nobles' robes, on the guards' weapons, faded and disappeared. Vexus stared in horror at his signet ring, now just a plain band of gold. "What have you done?" he whispered. Gandalf straightened, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "We have restored balance," he replied. "The runes are gone, all of them. The power of Rune Thul is no longer fragmented, no longer available to be tapped and exploited. It is whole again, but bound eternally in a single perfect symbol. Without runic magic, the seven kingdoms will fall into chaos," one of the noble ladies cried. "Perhaps," Valerian acknowledged. "Or perhaps they will rise anew, built on the worth of character rather than the accident of birth and magical privilege." Kell stared at his hands, flexing his fingers experimentally. "I can't feel it anymore. The ability to create runes." "None of us can," Gandalf confirmed. "That power was borrowed from Rune Thul itself. In completing the binding, we have given it up forever." As dawn broke over Lumina, the citizens emerged from their homes to find a changed world. The glowing runes that had powered their city for centuries were gone. The magical barriers that had separated noble from commoner had vanished. For the first time in memory, all stood equal under the morning sun. In the marketplace, a grey-cloaked figure moved through the crowd, no longer a wizard, but still possessing the wisdom of many lifetimes. Beside him walked a young man whose hands, though now devoid of magical ability, still held the honest strength of a smith. "What will you do now?" Kell asked the old man. Gandalf smiled, gazing toward the distant mountains. "What I have always done. Wander, learn. Perhaps tell the true story of the runes, so that their lesson is not forgotten. And me. You forged a new destiny once," Gandalf replied. "I suspect you'll do so again." As they reached the city gates, they parted ways. The young smith turning back to help rebuild a world without magic, the old wanderer continuing on to horizons unknown, both forever changed by the power they had wielded and the power they had willingly surrendered. Story 5. The twilight mists hung heavy over the borderlands of Evergreen, where the veil between worlds grew thin enough for whispers to pass through. Here, where reality frayed at its edges, ancient trees stretched their gnarled limbs toward a sky caught perpetually between day and night. It was in this realm of eternal dusk that Gandalf the Grey awoke with a start, the familiar terror of his dreams still clinging to him like morning dew. "Ilowen," he whispered, the name escaping his lips like a prayer long forgotten. For 3 nights now, the same vision had haunted him, the garden of lost souls ablaze with spectral flowers, and amidst them, Ilowen, the last twilight gardener, her ethereal form reaching out to him as shadow vines coiled around her throat. Her voiceless plea echoed in his mind, "Return, wanderer. The balance falters." Gandalf gazed at his weathered hands, clenching them into fists as memories centuries old resurfaced. He had sworn never to set foot in that accursed garden again, not after what his folly had wrought there an age ago. Yet the dreams persisted, growing more urgent with each passing night. Some oaths must be broken when greater duties call, he murmured to himself, rising from his makeshift bed beneath an ancient rowan tree. With a weary sigh, he gathered his staff, a gnarled length of heartwood capped with a crystal that held the light of a forgotten star, and set his course eastward toward the mountains that marked the boundary of the living world. The kingdom of Evergreen had once been the jewel of the seven realms, its emerald forests and crystal lakes the envy of neighboring lands. Now, as Gandalf passed through its outermost villages, he found only withered crops and hollow-eyed villagers who scarcely raised their heads to acknowledge the passing of a wizard. "The land sickens," observed a voice beside him. Gandalf turned to find a young woman walking in stride with him, her simple dress and copper hair unremarkable save for the elaborate staff she carried, the mark of a royal messenger. "Odayam Lydia," she continued, studying his face. "You are Gandalf the Grey, are you not? The one they call the Wanderer?" "I have been called many things," Gandalf replied cautiously. "What brings a royal messenger to walk alongside an old man on a forgotten road? Prince Alaric summons all those with power to his court. His betrothed, Lady Elowyn, was murdered a fortnight past, and since then a blight spreads across our land." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. "Murdered, you say?" "Found with her throat cut in the sacred grove where she tended the boundary stones. The prince believes dark magic is at work. His own twin brother, Malik, missing these past 3 years, was seen fleeing the scene." The pieces began to align in Gandalf's mind, like constellations forming a dire prophecy. "Take me to your prince," he commanded, his voice brooking no refusal. Prince Alaric of Evergreen stood atop the sentinel tower, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains shrouded in unnatural fog. He was young, barely 30 summers, yet grief had etched lines around his eyes that aged him beyond his years. "Your Highness," Gandalf said, bowing slightly, "I have come about Lady Elowyn." The prince turned, recognition and hope briefly illuminating his haggard features. "The Grey Wanderer. They say you walked these lands when my grandfather's grandfather was yet unborn." "I am older than I appear," Gandalf conceded. "And I know more of your troubles than you might suspect. The Lady Elowyn calls to me from beyond the veil." "Then she lives." Alaric stepped forward eagerly. "Not as you or I do. Her spirit is trapped, caught between worlds in the Garden of Lost Souls." "The garden is but a legend," Alaric scoffed, though uncertainty threaded his voice. "Many legends have their roots in truth, Your Highness." "The garden exists at the boundary of life and death, tended for generations by the Twilight gardeners, Elowyn's ancestral line. With her death, the balance between realms falters, and a darkness long banished sees its opportunity to return." The prince's shoulders sagged. "My brother Malik, we were inseparable as children. Then, 3 years ago, he changed, became secretive, volatile, eventually disappeared. Now he returns as a murderer." "Perhaps," Gandalf said cautiously, "but I suspect there is more to this tale. I must journey to the garden. It is a place I swore never to return to, but some oaths must be broken when the need is great enough." "I will accompany you," Alaric declared. Gandalf shook his head. "The path I must walk is not for the living, but there is something you can do. The ancient texts speak of the Scepter of Seasons, an artifact that can open pathways between realms. It was divided into 3 parts and hidden throughout your kingdom long ago." "My father mentioned such a relic," Alaric said. "He believed one piece lay beneath the throne itself." "Find it," Gandalf instructed. "When the time comes, it may be our only hope of restoring balance." The boundary stones stood in a perfect circle at the highest point of Whispering Hill, each carved with runes that predated the kingdom itself. It was here that Eloin had been slain, and here that the veil between worlds was thinnest. As twilight descended, Gandalf knelt at the center of the circle, placing his staff before him. From a pouch at his belt, he withdrew a handful of crystalline dust, the ground petals of moon shadow lilies that bloomed only in the light of a dying star. Aperio viam ad hortum animarum perditarum, he intoned, scattering the dust in a spiral pattern. The ancient tongue felt heavy on his lips, words of power he had not spoken in centuries. The air shimmered, reality folding upon itself like parchment creased by unseen hands. Before him, a doorway formed, not of wood or stone, but of twilight made solid. Through it, he glimpsed a garden unlike any in the mortal realm, where flowers of ghostly luminescence swayed to an unfelt breeze. Drawing a deep breath, Gandalf stepped through. The Garden of Lost Souls stretched endlessly in all directions, a landscape of impossible beauty and terrible sorrow. Here, among beds of spectral flowers and trees that bore fruits of crystallized memories, wandered the spirits of those caught between realms, souls unable to move on, tethered by unfinished business or ancient magic. "Eloin," Gandalf called softly, his voice carrying strangely in the timeless air. She appeared before him gradually, like mist condensing into form, a young woman with eyes old as the stars, her diaphanous robes flowing around her as if she were underwater. "You came," she said, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "After all these years, wanderer, I swore never to return," Gandalf replied, unable to meet her gaze. "Yet here you stand, the Oathbreaker, the regretful one." Gandalf winced at the titles. "I never intended—" "Intentions matter little against consequences," Eloin interrupted. "The Shadow Queen stirs in her prison. My death was merely the beginning, the severing of the line of gardeners who have kept her bound these many ages." "Malik," Gandalf said, "the prince's twin, he killed you." His hand held the blade, but his will was not his own. Eloin's form flickered like a candle in a draught. "Ah, the Shadow Queen's mark is upon him, a curse of blood and bone that slumbered within his lineage until she awakened it." Realization dawned on Gandalf's face. "The treaty, the binding I helped forge centuries ago, it wasn't just a banishment." "No," Eloin confirmed. "The Queen could not be destroyed, only contained. The treaty bound her essence into the bloodline of the royal house, a prison of flesh and soul, passed down through generations, always dormant in one twin while the other ruled. And I never knew," Gandalf whispered, horror creeping through him. "All these years. Now she rises again. With my death, the garden falls into disarray. The boundaries weaken. Already her corruption spreads through Evergreen, and soon she will manifest fully through Malik, using him as vessel and weapon both. How do we stop her? The garden must have a gardener. The balance must be restored." Eloin's eyes held centuries of sorrow. "One of great power must take my place, binding themselves eternally to this realm, neither living nor dead." Gandalf closed his eyes, understanding at last the price to be paid. "Dit and Malik, he can yet be saved if the Queen's hold on him is broken before she fully emerges, but it will require sacrifice, a life freely given to replace the one he took." "Mine," Gandalf said simply. Eloin nodded. "You always knew your wandering would someday end, old friend." In the mortal realm, Prince Alaric stood before the boundary stones, the fragment of the scepter of seasons clutched in his trembling hand. As instructed, he had placed it at the center of the circle at the exact moment when the twin moons aligned. The air before him tore open, revealing not the peaceful garden he expected, but a battlefield of shadow and light. There stood Gandalf, his staff blazing with power as he faced a grotesque figure, Malik, Though barely recognizable, his body twisted and elongated, skin blackened like charcoal, eyes burning with hateful crimson light. "Oh, brother!" Alaric cried out, stepping forward instinctively. "Stay back," Gandalf commanded. "The Queen almost has him completely." "Too late, Wanderer," hissed a voice from Malik's contorted mouth, a woman's voice, ancient and venomous. "The boy is mine, as is his lineage, as is this realm. You failed before you began." "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged, his eyes sad but determined. "But I have learned that endings may also be beginnings." With a sudden movement, he thrust his staff into the ground between them. The crystal at its peak shattered, releasing a blinding light that engulfed both Gandalf and Malik. Alaric shielded his eyes, and when he looked again, both figures were gone. In their place stood Elowen, solid and real, no longer spectral. "What happened?" Alaric gasped. "Where are they?" "Gandalf has taken your brother's place in the garden," Elowen explained gently, "and in doing so, he has broken the Shadow Queen's hold. Malik's spirit is free now, though his physical form is lost. And the Queen, bound once more, though differently. Gandalf now stands as guardian of the garden, keeper of the boundaries between worlds. His power contains her, as mine once did." Alaric looked to the boundary stones, seeing them with new eyes, not just ancient markers, but doorways to a realm beyond understanding. "Will I ever see my brother again? Or Gandalf?" Elowen took his hand, her touch warm despite all she had endured. The veil between worlds is thin for those who know how to look. And thinner still for those bound by love and sacrifice. Above them, the unnatural fog that had shrouded the mountains began to dissipate. In the villages below, withered crops straightened and bloomed anew. The corruption receded, leaving healing in its wake. "Come," Elowen said softly. "There is much to restore and much to remember." And as they descended from Whispering Hill, the boundary stones gleamed in the moonlight, and for just a moment, the faint outline of an old man with a staff could be seen walking among gardens of spectral beauty, at last finding peace in his final, endless wandering. Story 6. The Great Abyss had not always scarred the lands. Ancient scrolls spoke of a time when Solaria and Lunaria were one realm, before hatred and greed tore the earth asunder. Now, the abyss yawned between them, a vast, impossibly deep chasm that separated not just territories, but destinies. On one side rose the golden spires of Solaria, where the sun never truly set, its amber light dancing across crystalline towers that refracted daylight into 1,000 dazzling hues. On the other side, Lunaria's silver citadels shimmered under eternal twilight, their lunar-blessed stones absorbing the moonlight and glowing with an ethereal luminescence that turned night into mystical dusk. For centuries, these kingdoms had waged war over the primordial magic, the raw essence of creation itself, until exhaustion and mutual destruction forced an uneasy peace. Few remembered that this peace had nearly blossomed into something more, a secret love that dared to bridge the uncrossable void. Rowan Dawnwhisper knew none of this as he tracked a six-legged stag through the mist-shrouded Whispering Woods at the edge of Lunaria. His ash-grey bow drawn, breath held steady, he moved like a shadow among the luminous fungi and silver-barked trees. The mark on his wrist, a half-moon embracing a half-sun, tingled as it always did before a successful hunt, a peculiarity he had learned to trust since childhood. "Steady," he whispered to himself, the strange dreams from the previous night still lingering behind his eyes, dreams of golden towers he had never seen and silver halls he could not possibly know. The arrow flew true, and as the stag fell, a distant rumble shook the forest floor. Rowan's gaze darted skyward, where the three moons of Lunaria aligned in a rare configuration. The hunter frowned. The village elders had warned of ill omens when the triad moon formed. His unease deepened when he returned to find Silverhaven ablaze. Men in golden armor, Solarians, swept through the village on steeds that seemed forged from sunlight itself. Their curved blades gleamed with fire enchantments as they cut down any who resisted. Rowan dropped his quarry and raced toward his cottage where his foster mother, Ilara, had raised him alone since finding him at the forest's edge 20 summers ago. "The mark-bearer!" a soldier shouted, pointing directly at Rowan. "Seize him!" Rowan nocked an arrow, but before he could loose it, a shadow fell between him and the soldiers. A woman clad in armor that seemed neither silver nor gold, but something in between, the color of dusk itself, deflected the nearest soldier's blade with a sword that hummed with power. "Run, heir of dawn and dusk," she commanded. "Find the twilight path." Confusion paralyzed him until he saw Ilara emerge from their burning home, clutching a small chest he had never been allowed to open. "Mother." Her eyes found his across the chaos. "The chest holds your truth, Rowan. Seek the guardians at Shadowvale Pass." A Solarian blade swung toward her, and Rowan screamed, but the warrior in twilight armor was suddenly there, intercepting the blow. "Go!" the warrior woman shouted again. Ilara threw the chest toward him. As it tumbled through the air, a Solarian arrow struck it, and the impact burst it open. From within, something bright spiraled up and then down, landing at Rowan's feet, a pendant split perfectly in half, one side gold with a sun emblem, the other silver with a crescent moon. The moment his fingers closed around it, visions flooded his mind. A golden-haired man in imperial regalia embracing a silver-crowned woman under stars, whispered vows, a secret ceremony at the edge of the abyss, and then a newborn child marked with sun and moon being spirited away as armies clashed. When the visions cleared, Rowan found himself running deep in the forest, the mysterious warrior woman beside him, Ilara nowhere to be seen. Who are you?" he demanded, halting abruptly. "What happened to my mother?" "I am Lyra Duskshadow of the Twilight Guardians," she replied, her face solemn beneath her helm. "And Ilara entrusted you to me with her last breath." Grief threatened to buckle Rowan's knees, but Lyra's iron grip steadied him. "There is no time for mourning yet, young prince. The assassins who killed your father, Emperor Solaran IV, now hunt for you." "My father." "Emperor?" Rowan's world tilted. "I'm a hunter, not a—" "You are Rowan Dawnwhisper, son of Emperor Solaran IV of the Solarian Empire and Queen Lunessa of the Lunarian Kingdom, the only being in 1,000 years born of both sun and moon blood." She nodded to the pendant in his hand. "The heart of unity, split when your parents were forced apart, now calls to be whole again." The forest seemed to spin around him. "But why would Solarians attack me if I'm their prince? Because those who murdered your father fear the prophecy that the one who bears both bloodlines shall either heal the abyss or widen it until it consumes all." Lyra's eyes hardened. "And some would prefer destruction to unity." Their journey to Shadowvale Pass was fraught with danger. Twice they narrowly escaped Solarian patrols, and once they were forced to hide in a cave of luminescent crystals as a flock of razor-winged void raptors, creatures born of the abyss itself, scoured the landscape for prey. As they traveled, Lyra revealed more of Rowan's history. 20 years ago, Emperor Solaran and Queen Lunessa had fallen in love during peace negotiations. Their secret union produced a child, himself, who bore the mark of both kingdoms. But the Grand Vizier of Solaria, Malverian, discovered their secret and orchestrated a plot to reignite the war, arranging for Lunarian assassins to be blamed for the Emperor's eventual murder. The Queen entrusted you to Ilara, a retired Twilight Guardian, and sent you both to the farthest reaches of Lunaria, Lyra explained as they climbed the mist-shrouded path to Shadowvale. And all to keep you safe until the time was right. And now the time is right because the Emperor is dead, Rowan asked bitterly. Because the heart of the sun was stolen the night he died, Lyra corrected. The artifact that channels primordial magic for Solaria. Without it, their realm weakens, and war becomes inevitable as Malverian blames Lunaria for both the murder and the theft. The Twilight Guardians. Sanctuary was hidden within the mountain that divided the two kingdoms, yet belonged to neither. There, Rowan met others like Lyra, warriors sworn to balance, bearing armor of twilight and blades of dawn and dusk. Their leader, an ancient man named Orion Twilight Star, confirmed everything Lyra had told him. Your mother, the Queen, still lives, he added, though she cannot openly acknowledge you without risking your life. It was she who alerted us when the heart of the sun vanished. Why tell me all this now? Rowan demanded. Why not when I was younger? Because the primordial magic grows unstable, Orion replied gravely. The abyss widens. Without both hearts, sun and moon in harmony, and without one who can wield both bloodlines to channel their power, our world faces annihilation. That night, as Rowan slept in the sanctuary, the mark on his wrist burned with newfound intensity. In his dreams, he stood at the edge of the abyss, watching it devour entire cities. When he woke, his decision was made. With the Twilight Guardians, Rowan infiltrated the golden city of Solumbra, Solaria's capital. Disguised as servants, they entered the Grand Vizier's tower. There, behind a wall that shimmered with forbidden void magic, they discovered both the heart of the sun and ancient scrolls detailing Malverian's true plan, not merely to rule Solaria, but to harness the destructive power of the widening abyss itself. Confrontation came in the Imperial Sanctum, where Malverian was performing a ritual using the heart of the sun to accelerate the abyss's growth. The Vizier's shock at seeing Rowan, a ghost of the Emperor he had murdered, gave the Guardians their moment to strike. The battle was chaos and light, sun magic and moon shadow clashing as Malverian's void-corrupted guards defended him. Rowan, trained as a hunter but untested in war, fought desperately toward the heart. When Lyra fell, wounded by a void blade, something awakened in him. Sunfire flowing through one arm, moon silver through the other. The bloodlines manifest, Orion shouted above the din. Reach for the heart, young prince. Rowan lunged past Malverian's defenses, hands closing around the heart of the sun, just as the Vizier's blade cut deep into his side. Pain blossomed, but so did power, raw, primordial energy coursing through him as the pendant around his neck resonated with the heart in his hands. You cannot unite what was never meant to be whole, Malverian snarled, void darkness gathering around him like a cloak of night. Sun and moon, eternally divided, like the kingdoms they rule. No, Rowan gasped through the pain. They were one realm once, one people. When magic... He pressed the broken pendant against the heart of the sun, and vision overtook him, his mother in her silver tower, sensing the connection, raising the heart of the moon in response. Across the abyss, mother and son channeled power not seen since the world was young, the sanctum filled with light, neither golden nor silver, but the perfect twilight hue of both in harmony. When it faded, Malverian lay defeated, his void magic dispelled, and the abyss, visible through the sanctum's great windows, had stopped its inexorable widening. Yet it remained a reminder that some divides cannot be healed in a single day, even with the greatest magic. In the days that followed, messengers crossed the newly established Twilight Bridge, a narrow span across the narrowest point of the abyss. Queen Lunessa came in person to meet the son she had given up to save. Their reunion was witnessed by the Council of Solaria, who, with the vizier's treachery revealed, cautiously accepted Rowan's claim to his father's throne, but Rowan refused the crown, at least for now. "I am neither fully of the sun nor fully of the moon," he declared to both courts. "I am of the twilight between, of the bridge that connects rather than the thrones that stand apart." Instead, he established the Concord of Dawn and Dusk, a new council with representatives from both kingdoms, headquartered at Shadowvale Pass. There, with the hearts of sun and moon held in trust by the Twilight Guardians, Rowan began the long work of healing, not just between kingdoms, but within himself. For the heir of two crowns had chosen a third path, one that honored both his bloodlines while transcending their ancient enmity. The abyss remained, but now a bridge spanned it, fragile, yet growing stronger with each passing day, much like the hope it represented. And in the depths of that abyss, something ancient stirred, watching the bridge with eyes older than the division itself, waiting to see if this heir would truly prove different from those who had come before.